Thank you so much for not embarrassing me on the raid yesterday, chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chad Worthlover 11037, for following Rasputin yesterday and having this monstrosity appear on the screen. Thank you so much. Rasputin knew about a Yaya. How did he know about a Yaya? The legend grows. Someone was in his chat saying hashtag not all Bobs. And he read it. He read that out loud, not knowing what it meant. Oh man, how bad is the fan in the background? Are we a cult? I think we're a cult. Yeah. I'm a cult leader now. Not the first time, but you know, it's good. Bum 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 I might have missed you speak about it, but will there be streams between the end of Ace Attorney 2 and Yakuza if you finish by tomorrow? If we finish tomorrow, I might just take Friday off. But if I don't, then maybe we'll do like a run of Hades or something, or try Spelunky 2, or I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I think it's unfair that us VOD boy get less monocoins because we can't stand against the Yaya. That's true, that's true. Tell you what, if you're a VOD boy and you can prove that you watched the whole stream, then I'll give you 10,000 coins that you can put, you know, against a Yaya. You have to be really, provide really good proof though. You have to be like, hey, I'm a VOD boy and I watched the stream. Okay, let me turn the fan off because I think it's gonna bother me. Oh, did I start recording chat on the other computer? Well, let's go find out. Recording has been saved. God damn it. What if you're a VOD girl? If you're a VOD girl, you get twice as many amount of coins because I'm secretly a little bit of a flirt. But that's as far as it goes. Community challenge 50% complete. So want to do the calibration with emotes? So, yeah, it doesn't matter when we do it. I meant to do it yesterday after we came back from break, but I forgot. Can we have a calibration coggers? Calibration coggers. Go, 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 go. Do. All right, good. We're good. We're good. So you know what I've noticed lately? There's a much longer delay between chat and me. It used to be fairly quickly, you know. I used to be able to crack like a golden joke, and you know, see chat light up with lols within maybe a second. And now it takes like 5 seconds before I see the lulls. And it's not even that, you know, people are just being polite and pretending to laugh. It's like when I watch the VOD back, they show up instantly. So I don't understand why it's been delayed lately. Still want to do the calibration with emote specs? You're not funny anymore? This is true. This is true. Wait, saying I'm not funny anymore implies I was once funny. I disagree with those words. Okay, so it's kind of weird here today in New Brunswick. It is still fairly warm in here, but it's very stormy outside. It's raining a little bit, but it's very windy, and there might be a thunderstorm rolling in. And if the stream goes down, then we're done. Usually we lose power very easily around here. The first year, 2 years... How long have we been here for? 2 years. The first, like, I think, year and a half, we lost power all time. But since then, it's been fairly stable. So just, you know, if the stream goes down, we're probably done. All right? So, there you go. I still can't believe that he hasn't said, "It's me, Joe President." He must be biding his time with that pun. He's just holding on to it. How has he not done that? God damn it. Sorry, I just saw the debate when I was tabbed over to see if there's any fan art. Okay, so it looks pretty likely that we're going to be done with Ace Attorney 2 tomorrow. Yesterday's progress was a bit on the slow side because there's a lot to go back and forth, and also we ended a bit early. We'll see how it goes. Fan art from Kasoro. No, Kasoro just posted it. Barrier Trio struck a pose. Fun to say. And Wuggy. I was talking to Finn about Finland during lunch today, Wuggy. And I was explaining to him that I know someone from Finland. And he shook his head and laughed and said, "That sounds like a silly place." So, there you go. Finn is also, I'd be playing Mario Galaxy 1 with Finn a lot because he has that. He has 3D All-Stars from, for the Switch. And he keeps asking me to help him because it's a little too difficult for him. And it's like playing a game with David Hayter being Solid Snake. Every single time we see an enemy, he has to say the enemy's name. Goomba, huh? Mecha Koopa, huh? Kamek, just like every single time. Aha, indeed, just every single enemy. Metal Gear. He's got 50 stars, and I think I've gotten him about 20 or so of those. So he's not doing too badly. Okay, so this is from Barrier Trio Struck a Pose. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. You really got the art style down with that. Wow, like holy shit, good job. I'm impressed. Like goddamn. And then having like the confidence to put the guilty over it too. Like wow, good job. This is Penn from Penn and Teller, who is a magician. Really? So many people don't know who Penn and Teller are? I guess they're not that popular anymore. They were popular. How did their popularity was what? Maybe 8 years ago with Bullshit? Hey, you mentioned you don't write back on Discord DMs, so can I get you an answer on stream instead? Your input would be appreciated. I haven't checked most of my DMs in a long time. Sorry, I'm way behind on them. So I will answer almost all of them, but it's just gonna take me a while. Sorry. It's on my list. I still have to do subtitles for Witcher 2. Like, that's still something I did. The other day I did all of the translation subtitles for all the videos. That took a while. That system is not that great, actually, on YouTube's end. It was a bit confusing. But they all went through, so that's good. Alright, so this is from Wuggy. Your Honor, I went to the zoo the other day. The zoo, you say? Did the prosecution have fun? No, Your Honor, it was terrible. Hold it! We've all heard this already. Next you're gonna say there was only one animal. Objection! Tisk. The defense should listen to the whole story before making any baseless assumptions. There were 2 animals. Oh, where's this going? Two animals? Oh, only 2 animals in a zoo. This is highly unusual indeed. What were these animals, Mr. Shadworth? It was a grizzly... It was a grizzly bear and a silverback gorilla. They were fighting. The bear won. Nice. Nice. Damn. So, Mandalore, I think last week or the week ago, the week before that, did a tweet, which was a Twitter poll that was who would win in a fight, a silverback gorilla or a grizzly bear. And this was apparently because he was having a conversation with Shammy and I think one other person, and they thought the silverback gorilla would win, and Mandy was like, there's no fucking way, like, the grizzly bear would take it. And he did a Twitter poll, and it was like 55% bear, 45% gorilla or something. And he was like, there's no way you guys don't understand the size of a grizzly bear. And Mandy is 100% right. Like the bear is gonna just destroy a silverback gorilla almost every single time. But then I linked it in, I did a tweet back to him with a stupid thing, which is, I'm actually kind of proud of this joke, which was that, does the gorilla have prep time? Anyway, but then I linked it in Discord, and I said, you know, like, what do people think about this? And it turned into this big long conversation because I said, like, the gorilla, the grizzly back gorilla, the grizzly bear is gonna win like almost all the time, but like how many, if they had the same fight 100 times, like how many times is the gorilla gonna win? I was like, I can kind of see maybe 1 in 100 the gorilla's gonna win, and it spawned this like really long, like hour-long conversation on Discord about how like Reese was there, and Reese was like, no, like not even in a million times, you know, the bear's gonna win every single million time, and then it turned into this big huge thing, and Wuggy was there, and that's what this joke is about. So there you go. Enjoy having this discussion for the rest of the stream, whether the bear or the gorilla would win. Did you see Curio's Witcher video where they commented on and presented counterpoints to some of your takes? Not only did I see it, I even responded, but their community disliked the comment all the way to the bottom of the YouTube page, so not many people can see it. It turned into this big conversation I had with a few people. I responded with like in-depth responses. It turned into a big thing. A lot of people accused me of being real life racist because I don't like the elves. And then Curio responded themselves saying that they don't want to discuss it with me in YouTube comments, and that was the end of it. So there you go. So if you want to see my response to that, you can go and look at the comment. If you don't care, please don't go looking for it, because the thing's settled now and we don't need to go into it at all. Okay? That's it. I'm okay saying that when there's only a few people here, but like on Twitter or on YouTube comments or anything like that, like on my own videos, I'm not going to stir the pot. It's not fair. Not fair at all. I show fan art, right? And now we're into bear with a gorilla mind or a human within a gorilla body. Like a suit? Only 1,000 people? Well, 1,000 people is a very tiny portion of my audience. For Twitch, that's great. Like, I shouldn't even have 1,000 people here, but yeah. So you're pro boobs and anti butts? Is that the controversy? I'm actually, it's the opposite for me. Do 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 do. Okay, so yesterday, Isolated Spaceman says the Lighthouse. My list is messed up. Sorry, that's why it's taking me so long to get into this. I have not seen the Lighthouse. No. All right, so it's SS Simi has resubscribed for 6 months. Thank you very much, Simi. Tell 69 using business to say time to record myself watching a whole ass vid for 10k Monaco. Fresh Cheese 11 has resubscribed for 2 months with good day, Joe. Good day, right back to you, Fresh Cheese. Always good for your cheese to be fresh. Some people use just a couple bits for some reason. I don't know why, but enjoy your... I don't know what's going on there. Misconception 17 has resubscribed for 5 months. Thank you very much, Misconception. Take my bit virginity, says Wonka Biggie. Okay, thank you, Trat, for the 35-month resub. I still haven't put those new badges up, have I, Softlump? I'm sorry. There's like so many things to do, and like things keep getting in the way. Like the Outer Wild stream that went up today failed to render 3 times in a row. Like, and I have to redo it, and it's actually really hard for me to get rendering time because the computer's really loud when it's rendering, and so that means I can't render while the stream is up, while we're streaming, and I also can't render while like we're in here sleeping. So it has to be during the day, on a day either before stream, which means this has to be super early, or it has to be a day that we're not streaming at all. I don't know why I'm explaining this to you. You guys don't care, but yeah, that's just part of what goes on around here. The stream goes down, must mean Zeus was sick of it. Ah, Hades. That guy Kitty has resubscribed for 9 months with, hey, Joe, pout. My brother kept pestering me about wanting to watch JoJo, and I finally conceded, but only when you start watching it. So when is my sentence? Sometime after the Witcher 3 video's out. I will announce it when I've started watching JoJo. Thank you, Shithism? 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 I think Shithism. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for the new sub. Sorry to butcher your name. Squirrel the Turtle 13 has resubscribed for 25 months. Always good to see you, Squirrel the Turtle. Hey, Joseph, my bro. Spent too long away from your streams and now catching up. Missed the mod apps, but I'm really enjoying the AA playthrough. Hope you're still enjoying it too. I'm enjoying it very much, yeah. I think some people think that I'm not, but I'm actually really enjoying the game. I'm not enjoying it nearly as much as Danganronpa, but no. I am enjoying it quite a bit, yeah. Did you catch the Outer Wild streams? I think you did, didn't you, Squirrel Turtle? I think the Outer Wilds playthrough is one of the best we've ever done. That was really good. Got really lucky on some bits for when it, for being stream entertainment, I think. Pucker Starfish used 100 bits to say, bear with a gorilla mind or human in a gorilla body. Yeah, there we go. I think, like, it wouldn't be too much of a difference with a bear with a gorilla mind. Like, I think it would be some difference, but not too much. I think a human in a gorilla body would be terrifying. Darrell the Schwarzmaler? Dariel the Schwarzmaler? Hopefully that's somewhere close. Has subscribed for the first time. Welcome. Tell us sending you some more bits to say. Come on, Joe. A grizzly bear can't even beat one Leonardo DiCaprio, and you think he could beat a silverback? Joe, ooh. Well, Leo is a bear himself, right? So it's just bear versus bear. Lamb FGC has used 100 bits to say, spending my birthday watching best streamer, Feels Birthday Man. Happy birthday, Lamb FGC. Can we get some birthdays, Feels Birthday Man, for Lamb FGC in the chat? Happy birthday. Hope it's a good one. Hope you're younger than me. You probably are. Punker Starfish used 100 bits to say, mind swap. The bear has a gorilla mind and the gorilla has a human mind. Either yours or Mandalore's. Your I think even a gorilla with a human mind and human problem solving skill. Actually, you know what? They okay, so gorilla's hands aren't really that good at using tools, because that's why we're so good at tools, is because we gave up our raw strength for more finesse. So I think we wouldn't be able to, use tools that well, but I think it would be somewhat of an advantage. Are we really talking about? Okay, let's just move on. Ellisage has resubscribed for 8 months. Thank you, Ellie. Highly recommend I'm Thinking of Anything's either book or Netflix. That's the new, I almost said Bukowski, not Bukowski. Kaufman, Charlie Kaufman. I love Charlie Kaufman. I've seen almost everything that he's been involved with. Not everything though, but almost everything. I haven't seen the New York one with the word that I can't pronounce. But Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, I absolutely love. It's one of my favorite movies. I absolutely love Adaptation. Again, one of my favorite movies. Being John Malkovich is really, really good. I even like Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. Like I really like that movie too. So yeah, I should watch it. And it's kind of looks a little scary, and it's not a game, so I can be scared of it. So yeah, I will definitely watch it. Yeah. Cinedouche is great. It's a huge mess, but it's great. I should watch it. There's something about it that kind of put me off. Yeah, I'm not sure. Poker Starfish used to say, all right, we'll move on from the bear thing. Play Star Ocean. All right, let's get into the game. Play Ghost Trick. If there's a actual way I can play Ghost Trick, then I will. This is the wrong save file, isn't it? March 20. Is it the wrong one? It's not the wrong one. Okay, cool. Cool. Adrian did it. Okay, I'm gonna leave the window open. If it's too noisy, please let me know. That's what it looks like. No way that woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence. I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I hope Gumshoe's not here, I understand. Well, it's almost time. Oh, god damn it. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's is either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed, well, let's get going. Beep, beep, beep. It's him. Beep. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say it, gone, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grr. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? It's Maya's ear in a box. You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait. Beep. The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? What? A Pinocchio reference. Chat, did I forget to do something? I feel like I forgot to do something. Whoa, what? Thank you, Siaviel. I want to say Caviel, but the I is there. Maybe the I is silent. Siaviel, thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to take the 5 million monocoins off. But no one reminded me, so I guess I don't have to do it. Oh, well. Court is now in session for the trial of Madame Gard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh shit, I didn't notice it was empty over there. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. And then Chadworth is on the side. Tap me in, coach. Tap me in. I don't know where she is, but tap me in. I'm right here. Let's not waste everyone here. Just tap me in. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Waifu, no! Is this the gift? What? Who the fuck is Von Karma? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. Oh, fucking hell, Merry Christmas, his present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Where is this going? I'm really interested. Where the fuck is this going? Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. I just found it out myself. She's alive and in stable condition. Now, you motherfucker, tap me in. That's good. Phew. Wait, who said that? Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francesca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Chadworth, will be taking her The prosecution is ready, naturally. This whole last year, I've been at Lawyer Mountain training. Wright only took a handful of cases that were all shit, but I went through the underground courts. I was born in the court. Oh, the underground courts. That's illegal. Miss It's like the Underdark from Dungeons and Dragons. The Underdark courts. Objection. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Oh man, just like her dad. God damn, the symbolism. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year, through Lawyer Mountain, down into the Underdark courts. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Okay, so, like, I think this is a bit of a missed opportunity here, because at the end of the first game, it was like Chadworth coming around to the fact that Wright was right, and he really needed to work together with him, and he gave up his case and was like, yeah, like the person I'm prosecuting isn't it. And it would have been really good if at the end of this, it was like Wright had to do that, and it was like an inverse of what happened at the end of the first game, the end of the second game. Second games usually are kind of like darker on the edge, like, and it was Wright realizing, oh shit, Chadworth is right, or like the prosecution is right, but he's not. Like the fucking Matagama proved it. So like, I kind of feel like this is a bit of a lost opportunity here, but I'm still really interested on where this is going. By the time this case comes to an end, you two will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Maybe it's going to move on to a different character. Maybe that's going to happen with Adrian? Have they ever changed their prosecution in the middle of a case? I don't think so. I think that would like be against the kangaroo court rules, right? Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir, pal. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. And this is the first time we meet. For now. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. So glad you're back, sir. Boyfriend/boss. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. By the way, Phoenix, what the fuck is standing next to you? Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Chadworth. Bare facts of the case. Sometimes people are guilty, right? This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. Are we really thinking? After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Nothing, he was murdered, that's all we can confirm. At first we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes awarded ceremony, sir. Alright. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later that not even fucking... What's this nuts knew about? I've forgotten his name. I've literally forgotten the defendant's name. Celeste Impacts was the one who committed suicide. Juan Corrida is the one who's the victim. I cannot remember the defendant's name. Ungard, there we go, Matt Ungard, alright. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? I just wanted to see if I could remember it. Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Who's that again? Yeah. Who's this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Ungard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Whoa! Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. I like pretty ladies, even if they're 16. I'm really fucking creepy. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Ungard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get for the what? After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. That was kind of awkward. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of death... thank you, XX_, for 100 bits. I'm actually a zoologist with specialization in animal MMA fights, and I can tell you gorilla bear are actually giant pussies that they only act tough. Gorilla bear only act tough around other pussy bears, but when the silver chad gorilla rolls around, they're all like, "Please don't hurt me. Take my lunch money." Oh damn! Go tell Mandalore. Damn, he's been told. Thank you, Roy Chard, for the 3-month resub. Thank you very much, Roy Chard, and thank you, Reese Polar, for Reese Polar Bear for the 100 bits. Never insult me or my grizzly bear son ever again. You bear-biased motherfucker. Reese, god damn it. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Wait. It was from Bloodlot. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. I can't tell what's my favorite thing in the game. The kind of like the romantic tension that is apparently not intentional at all between Phoenix and Chadworth, or the really dumb judge. It's between those two. Those two are definitely my favorite things in the game, but I'm not sure which is the best one. I love the dumb judge so much. He's just so fucking good. A lot of bananas in this game. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murder on our hands here. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Oh, okay. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. Did someone try to, like, kill him again? It was Danny. Danny. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? You're in a rare form today, Judge. We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? So it's impossible that a fan came in wearing gloves or something. I see. So much for my theory then. There's no way a fan could be wearing gloves. It's a fan that's come to specifically steal something. There's no way. It's unthinkable. It's impossible. Guitar case updated in the court record. Empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears? Corrida's fingerprints. However, we later found the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? I do that all the time. Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So the guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. It's so nice to have Chatworth back, isn't it? It's so nice to I really like Von Karma. Look at the fingers, man. Look at the fucking sausage fingers. But I like Von Karma, but I would like it if they'd swapped back and forth. But goddamn, I love Chatworth. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ungard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Chatworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest Ungard? Matt Ungard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. Yeah, okay. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ungard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. But the knife wasn't the murder weapon. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. The victim's blood and Ungard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Alright. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? It's fucking huge. And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button added to the court record. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? Not about this. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. Oh, look! Yeah, Wright's like, yeah, this is back. Yeah, fine. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Grrr. Why arrest Ungard? That's a lot of testimony, but in terms of popularity, Mr. Ungard won, did he not? Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Rain on your wedding day. Juan Corrida was always one step behind Mr. Ungard in everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. Because that's how stardom works, but Mr. Corrida lost the Grand Prix in the end. That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Ungard was beating Mr. Corrida in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective. It's not, well... I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. No, not you too, Mr. Chatworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiation. No, poor fucking Gumshoe, man. Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. Sniffle. No, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello, anyone? Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? No. And the victim's blood is on it. Did you test it? Well, do you know anyone else who was bleeding that day? That's a good point. I don't know anyone else. This had to be it. Right, your response. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Chadworth, help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Irk. That's... Oh, you're still here. That's Chadworth for you. Never misses a beat. It was ripped off the ninja costumes found in the strong guard. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Do you get to the Sky District very often? Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. We're cops, not geniuses. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if you brought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Arg, well, this is not good. Really? If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Is it, Phoenix? Yes, there's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully, before it's too late. A button covered in the victim's blood and a knife with unguarded fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? Okay, so I gotta say, apart from the really just awkwardness of having these transformations between these characters, like, does anyone, like, accepting that and just excusing it away, does anyone else think that it's not even worth it? She's not even interesting, man. Like, it's not even, like, she's not even important. You know what I mean? Like who gives a fuck? Like, it's not even a good part of the game that she's here. Like, I don't understand. Like, I guess it's a good way to introduce you and remind you of the spirit channeling thing, because that is a fairly prominent part of the series so far, I guess. But it's just, like, when I look at something I don't like in terms of, like, a plot contrivance or a plot hole or some, like, weak writing or some weak consistency, I always look at it and I think, okay, but what do we gain if we just accept this? And sometimes I'm okay with it, or I'm like, okay, it's fine because we the end result justifies it at least a little bit. But in this way, it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay, so I think this is that it's that the knife didn't kill him, right? It's got to be that. The autopsy report. Let's save it because we don't have much life. No? This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are the evidence and the statement that just aren't related? They aren't, are they? Okay, it is related, though. It still says the crime though, so I guess that's, yeah, okay. Unguard's Hakama. What's a Hakama? I don't know. What's a Hakama with you? He was the Nickel Samurai, right? Is it? He was wearing the costume, so how did his fingerprints get on it? That's kind of dumb. Why would he take the button? Is it because, like, he got the knife from the hotel, he would have just grabbed it from somewhere else? If it was premeditated, he wouldn't have used the knife that was right there in the hotel? I think that's it. So it's just the knife? Okay, it's just the knife. Alright. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant... Did he say he bought the knife beforehand? Or did he say he just brought it? Didn't he say he couldn't fold or something? Maybe he did say that, and I just missed it. Okay. Did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated. Oh, yes, that is very true. This is a very big... Well, what is it, Mr. Chadworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? Ho, 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 ho. I think... Whoa! I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. Look, I have the evidence here on this specially prepared paper that fits my gigantic hand. But I didn't... Oh, whimper. The question is... Where did this knife come from? Oh, why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. Would that be in the case? Well, what if he, like, brought his knife from his room and then replaced it with the knife from here and used the knife from this room to kill him? And then he used the knife from here, which means he did use it here. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, right? Chadworth, how do you respond? What if he did that? I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. Tomato juice. There's a knife and fork on the table. Then, where in the world does this knife come from? Maybe he used two knives. If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? You know what it is, Chadworth. Come on. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we noticed a knife was missing. We came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Irk. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Okay, so that's kind of a shit conclusion from that, but his fingerprints are all over it, so it's fine. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Chadworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Not foolishly foolish at all. It seems like Chadworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints, and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Well, that's what Chaworth wants us to do, so I feel like we shouldn't do it. But, like Chaworth wants us to do it. No. This has to be another trap. Better if I don't say anything than risk throwing out a bad piece of evidence. Looks like the defense isn't saying a peep on this one. Which means this court is adjourned. Phoenix, we will lose this case if you don't give up. If you give up here, so you better show the judge something quick. Slow down. We all know I have a tendency to be wrong more than I can't even say it. Hold it! I do have evidence. There's one. Too late. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Oh, Mr. Wright. I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. Have you seen Chaworth before?
Yeah, a while ago.
Have you seen his hands? His gigantic hands?
Not that I paid attention to, but now I'm looking at them.
Pretty good, right?
You know what they say about a man with big hands? He needs good gloves.
He takes big gloves. And the bigger the gloves, the better, right? That's how it goes. Do you think he could beat a grizzly bear in a fight with those hands?
I think he'd have a better chance than I would.
Just one punch right to the...
Maybe, right to the nose.
I think so. Yao Guai are like bare hands, so I think it'd be fine, yeah. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? The tomato juice. Okay, it's a piece of evidence that the court doesn't have. So not this, not this, not this, not this, not this, not that. The wine glass for struggle? Now that seems like ahead of time. Hotel guide map, article from tabloid, gossip land. Okay, are we trying? What are we? What's the thought that we're trying to do here? Are we trying to show that it couldn't have been Ungard, or are we trying to move the conversation onto Adrian? I feel like I've forgotten something from yesterday. Shit. Was different. Let's review. Glossy photo that Maya pushed on me. Nickel Samurai. Originally from my academic killer. Someone from the murder tabloid article, but the victim was in the case. An article from the tabloid Gossip Land. I don't think it's that. Like, Adrian had motive, or map of the Gatewater Hotel around the crime scene. Empty, there's some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Carita's fingerprints. I kind of feel like it's this. The wine glass it's like weird that it's next to the struggle, found next to the victim. I feel like it's a piece of evidence. Photo of Juan Carita's murder scene. Is it that he was strangled? That it has nothing to do with the knife? Like, is it that now, or? I'm really sorry, chat. I don't know what it wants from me. I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't know. Like, we'll see if it's bad or not. But I don't know what it wants from me. Suicide note. Yeah, I'm gonna see if it's the wine glass, but I think it's either this or the scarf, or it's trying to get some thing on Adrian. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene's a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Okay, so, like, I mean, this just kind of proves that maybe someone went in there afterwards or something. I don't know, that kind of felt like just a shot in the dark or guesswork, and not in terms of, like, the court wants you to guess, just kind of like... There was no hint for that? I don't know. It's fine, I mean, we got it. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over, along with everything else, was this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Yes, it is a little peculiar. But I don't give a shit. Here's your penalty. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Okay, so Wright's answer there seems like that was meant to be a shot in the dark, so I guess it's alright. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Alright. Mr. Chadworth. What is it, Your Honor? Oh, your opinion. I don't care. You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? Gumshoed it there after you did a drink. It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She came in, found that he was dead, and was like, better call the cops. Good thing I've done this now. I used my cellular phone. Now, time for a glass of tomato juice. And I'll just set it here after I'm done. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Oh, that does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright. Let me go set the glass down right next over here to the body. Could Miss Andrews really have set the glass down and think? I guess she could have, like, went over and before she realized he was dead, slumped down, and that's just the easiest play. Yeah, that actually does make sense. There's no way, because the tomato juice is in the room. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should just trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. I can hear you, you know. Ooh, yes, we can hear you. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. Foolish, Wright. It's a wine glass. So you've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Yes, like a tennis match. Mr. Chadworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set? Isn't it was? There was only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, only one. Well, whose were they? Mine, when I did the testing. They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews. Oh, what? Wine glass updated in the court record. This is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Grr, I can't believe I fell into another trap. Should just passed. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. Why don't we bring her in and ask her? But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, that's completely plausible. That's not... I know sometimes I can come across as sarcastic when I'm not being sarcastic. That completely makes sense. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Yeah, even the judge agrees with me. Bad sign. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well. Grr. I thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Well, wait a second. Mr. Chadworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. We need to prove without any shadow of a doubt. I'm a proper prosecutor now. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Shadowworth thinking? Please don't be goofy. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Oh, the witness has a gun. What? Gotcha. Okay, so I thought we were gonna say something like, there's no way that she could have brought the wine glass in because this is where the juice is. So she must have been in here. But no? Grr. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, chatty boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. Nice line. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Oh, Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oh my god, get down! Oof! Shush, I'm talking to my dear Chatty Wadgy right now, Udgy Wudgy. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Oh, yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Ahem, anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays, not that I mind at all, Chatty. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. This face reminds me of something still. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. Oh, you mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that unguard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Chatty Poo. Chatty Poo? Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Ungard, Matt Ungard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. How'd you know it was Matt Ungard? Uh-huh, so Mr. Ungard came out from the victim's room. See? It has to be him. He's the Okay, last time you saw someone, they were wearing the steel fucking samurai costume. So, did you see someone in the nickel samurai costume again? You stupid word I'm not allowed to say. He's the murderer. Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. What you witnessed? It was bitch, by the way. I just didn't feel like saying it. Felt a little too harsh. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? What was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai show, sorry. Yeah, I even took out a few of the nails. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Alright, that was actually pretty good. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when he went to hang around the victim's door. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Something you were interested in, and just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Chatty Poo, of course. Oh, Miss Chadworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea, Your Honor. I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to our testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. Oh, and did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Well, since I was on the draw, I made sure to keep it on time. Blah 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 blah. Oh, then what would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Kurita's room? I know blue is pretty sus right now. What do you think? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. How long ago was that? Yes, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. Yeah, well done, game. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? This was someone showed up, and it was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room. He was... Oh, yes? He was? Ah, I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now. Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was Ungard, Matt Ungard. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yesy? Really? Yes, eh? Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face. Was the person's clothes? Yeah. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? The Dark Soul. That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. He was wearing that at the detention center too. Oh, okay, it's not the same thing then, okay. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Humph, men. It works though, right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was not important. I don't think it was important. I guess it really wasn't that important after all. Sigh, Mr. Wright, do you know when we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn. Oh, how are we supposed to know? You've wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me. Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining? She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there. But I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Okay, I want to do that question line again, and I want to, I want to ask about the face this time. Person's face. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail. You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie. This week's pinup? What do you mean? I mean? Okay, I'm not reading well. I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night. What? Ungard's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper. Why are you being so difficult answering this question? No, so Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or irrelevant in any way? It was very important. Okay, so if he was wearing the coat, how did he get this in his hakama? Is that it? It was not important. Okay, so is it an inversion of what happened last time? That's interesting. Okay, how do you want me to say that, game? Ah, fuck. I was born in a prison. It's very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. You know what? Wright's hands are no slouch either, huh? then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Chadworth? I don't. Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right, witness, please. Witness, please. Bitch, please. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Are you sure? You sure the defendant was wearing his racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She is so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's straight onto a few... Okay, whoa. Alright, okay. So if this turns out to be that... No, it was him for sure, but I'm not making the same mistake as last time, so I lied about him not wearing the outfit. But I'm still sure that it was him because I saw him in the outfit. And she doesn't get in trouble, I'm gonna be mad. Alright, so is it like this? How was it in the Hakama? He could have just been carrying it and slipped in his Hakama later, right? But it has blood on it. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? It's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Button number 2? 2B? Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Oh my god, get down! Again! Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full-body search. Oh, I see. Kind of made it sound like the Ungard was dead, huh? I think that line should have been written slightly different. This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Ungard. He hates it. He hates the game. Worst case, it was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? An Ungard is the Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe it would have said I have to put up with wearing this ridiculous looking outfit. Would you agree that this outfit is hideous? Right, I got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy, so heavy. I wish you would have switched to CDs years ago, but I'm keeping that, and I'm pretty sus here. You'll have to consider work hard as on the face, and you understand now. Take a look at the mirror. You're close to it as interesting as documentary on curling. You should take a tip. Whoa, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with curling? Oh, now hold your tongue still for 1 second. Curling is fucking lit. I can't believe it. Get out of my court. No one badmouths curling in here. Hey. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the Nickel Samurai. But when you think about it, whoa. They're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Chatty Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. The real salty XD has recently got for 3 months. Thank you very much. You really have been getting into the mind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyways, love your vids. Watch them all more than 10 times. Wow, even the ActRaiser video for true fans only. True fans only. Thank you, the real salty XD. I don't know if getting into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Mindset is a good thing. Koodman thinks that we need a Yaoi hands? What's Yaoi hands? You mean Yagwai hands? I think that the emote size is too small for them on Twitch, but maybe we could use like 9 emote slots to get Yagwai hands. That might work. Zorgrox is using 100 bits to say, but Joe, Ghost Mommy channeling allowed the Thinker to be used in 2 cases. That's what we gain from this. Isn't that worth everything? That is actually worth something. Yeah, the Thinker coming back is one of my favorite jokes. I hope it comes back again. Desperate has recent scar for 10 months with why didn't the killer just take the body outside and put it in their trunks? Seems like a plot hole. IMO. Thank you for that, Desperate. That was great. Thank you. Isolated Spaceman used some bits to say this year's Chant of the Year are going to be low bar, just like any other award this year, I guess. It's going to be a little bit of slim pickings unless we get some late entries into the Chan. I don't know. I think we only have like one Chan, right? Friendly Salad 93 has resubscribed for 2 months with fucking weeb. Thank you very much, Friendly Salad 93. I'll take it. I say Spaceman, use not 100 bits to say I've seen your OnlyFans video, Joe. The ActRaiser one, of course. For you guys are on fire today. God damn it. Good job, boys and girls. Holy crap. Wow. Well done. Witness, then carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Sigh. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw. Unguard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Okay. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Youngins today, I told you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. I hate you so much, old bag. At least she was just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Well, there could be more than one costume, right? There could be a replica costume. Oh, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Who I saw. Would you please get on with your testimony? You're the one interrupting me. Humph, watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. Please stop it. Please stop. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Oh, Miss Chadworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay, you promise, right? Wow. Right, I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Chadworth, old chum. Wow. Alright, Nickel Samurai, that's right. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago. Let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? To be a lawyer, huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, Whippersnapper? A lawyer. My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, I'm working my way up there. I'm only 23 or whatever. Well, what I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Judge, what the fuck's going on right now? Since when did the court become theatrics over testimonies? It's the whole thing. The whole thing, dude. All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Oh, we just got achievement unlocked. Judge Wagner. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. Shit, you are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Jammin' Ninja? Of course it included him. That's why when Unguard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one, huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Yeah, I don't see the contradiction either. My whole thing here is that it's reasonable doubt that it was someone else in the costume because you didn't actually see his face, you just saw the costume, right? On guard, now I remember the Nickel Samurai. That's right, it was a Nickel Samurai. I saw it where the costume to the murder. You had to go to the stage of the crime. You know, so you missed one of the Nickel Samurai. Poor Juan. Okay, is it the fingerprints? Not this. Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was Nickel Samurai. So probably not that. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear this costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. Nickel Samurai was a post-ceremony after the show. Time of death, strangled with... Okay, when was it? 8:15 p.m. When was it after the show? I guess it was after the show, right? Sworn Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing. Poor Juan. Okay, so I have two lines of thought here. I could say that it was either that he wasn't stabbed, like he was, like it was strangled with a scarf, but he was stabbed, like as well. That how does he have the fingerprints on the costume, on the knife, if he didn't take the costume off? That's got to be it, right? Like, how are the fingerprints on the knife? I think we said that earlier, right? How did the fingerprints get on the knife if he was wearing the costume? Right? Is it this one or is it this one? I mean, he could have just had food, put the costume on, got the knife, went a murdering, and then came back out. But is that thinking one too many steps? How did you stab someone with this costume? Maybe like that glove, you could probably hold a knife with that. I don't know what it wants from me here, chat. I'm sorry. This is 2 times in a row this is happening. Maybe I'm just like not feeling it today. I think it's me that's the problem, not the case. All right, let's just try the knife, and then we'll try the strangulation. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. Oh, that's a knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? Well, you don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. Oh, what are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? Where are we going? I'm fucking hungry. Let's go get pizza. If Mr. Ungar was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. But he used it for eating, Phoenix. Maybe, like, do you think he ate in the samurai costume as well? Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Oh, good point. Yeah, he walked in with a knife and was like, okay, time to do some stabbing. All right, what should I do first? Oh, take my gloves off. Now pick up the knife. All right, here we go. Bum, ba, bum. All right, now to put the gloves back on. Here we go. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. Hey, congrats, non-weebs. You spent 1,000,000 coins on nothing instead of Ayaya. Good job. Good job. So now to reveal the trick. Sorry, non-weebs, but I lied to you. These coins are actually going into the Yaya fund after all. Sorry, non-weebs. Sorry. However, you might still be happy because they're going onto it like an addition, not a subtraction. So I need to take 4 million off later. So remind me, okay? Not 5 million. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. And that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known. I'm kidding. Come on, guys. Come on. I wouldn't do that. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do it. You guys still get your 5 million off. Come on. Come on. It'll be 6 million if you guys get the Daily Ayaya challenge done. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Chadworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Chadworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? There is contradiction. Think about it one more. Yeah, think about it one more time. All right. Come on, I need to think a little bit more on this. So let me get this straight. The address Chadworth's goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, well, why did he bring the knife then? We just went through this. This is dumb. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. Well, what are you babbling about? Chadworth, this is kind of dumb. What? The mileage you get out of dangling the AI carrot is insane. I can't believe it's still going. I thought they would have lost interest by now, they being the weebs, and that we would have had to just like drop the joke. But no, it's still going. I can't believe it. Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Okay, I've completely lost track of this now. We already went through this, that they brought the knife with them and the knife was missing. So what? How do I show that? Last time, we just like... This knife, this was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner. Oh, yes, we did establish... Okay, sorry, I'm just confused. Why are we going around in circles right now? This seems really dumb. What? Huh, okay. Which means that my client was in fact the killer. Then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder. So which is it? If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Huh. Maybe he was scared of bears, which means, Mr. Chadworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. Okay, so I like this case so far, and I think it's interesting. A lot of things are going on. Like, I definitely like it the most out of all of them in this game so far. Even the last case. Like, the last case got better for me as it got ridiculous at the end. But this, what just happened right now, like, going in circles seems kind of dumb and pointless to me. Like, it's not that it doesn't make sense. Like, Chadworth just got caught up in a lie. That's fine. It makes sense. It just seems really dumb, and it makes Chadworth look like an idiot. And Chadworth isn't an idiot. So I don't like that when it makes Chadworth look like an idiot, because he's not. I just said Chadworth looks like an idiot too many times. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder... Like, in the past, it has made Chadworth look like an idiot, but this was like, he's really an idiot here. Then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Glove marks from, like, wiping the fingerprints off? Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? It was, Your Honor. Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame Matt Ungard, to hide the murder method. Well, I think to... Okay, alright. Okay, game. If you really think that it's gonna be to hide the murder method... Okay, like, and they did that awful a job, I think it's to frame Matt Ungard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course. To frame. Objection. Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? We just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Well, I'm going to have to ask you both to stop. We're going to run out of tables at this rate. Grrr! Witness. Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Chatty Poo? Gah. Witness. Did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. We just went through this, though. What? She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright, then. Who were you waiting around for, then? Humph. That's top secret to anyone outside the security. I have a feeling you were waiting for Mr. Juan Carita. Am I correct with this? Ha ha ha. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Oh, my eyesight is 20/20. Amateur, me. What am I an amateur of? I see you found my OnlyFans. So Old Bag was... So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corita. Maybe Phoenix, maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting around for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Lot of heart. Adrian, right? It's gotta be Adrian. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ungard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is, wish I could read. Ah, I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews, without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. How have we gotten a wish I could read from the judge in almost every single case? Oh, it looks like he found me out. Well, that's fine. I could throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Oh, witness, what in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this, a very bad feeling. I got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself, personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Jowworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take take the wind out of you youngins. Chatterworth, get down. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. That Ungard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? And everyone in the gallery. Okay. Oh, the defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Jadworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. Wait, baseless? But should this be true? Then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Oh, now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Ungard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Youths! Well, as this old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Secret information. Top Lolly used bits to say, I'm obviously going to be Chan of the Year, which was followed up with Isolated Spaceman saying, fuck Top Lolly. Top Lolly, it's all fun and games. Are you okay with the fuck Top Lollies? Because if not, we can call this off. Message me later, and we'll see. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but I hope it's all good-natured. I think it is, but I just want to check. I don't want to condone any bullying or anything like that. Friendly Salad, he's using bits to say, mod Top Lolly. There we go, we brought it back. There's plenty of waifus and chans in the forbidden game. Star Ocean? Is there a puckered starfish? There's lots of waifus in that Wii Breath of the Wild game that just came out. Thank you, Alpha Horizon, for the 21 sub. Hey Joe, I haven't been watching in a while, so I'm out of the loop on the current memes. So all I have to say is Pickle Nikito. Oh, you missed a lot. There's like Bike Chan and Bike Chan Take the Wheel and One Trip Troop. Death Stranding was a big meme mine for us, for sure. Leon is somehow still persisting. You're good. You're good. Memes never disappear here. Koodman has used some bits to say, what would you do if Twitch adds a Yaya as a baseline emo? Ooh, I don't know. We have to add our own special Yaya to get it. Isolated Spaceman, Chadworth's, can't I just be stupid? That's true. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA. But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland. What, are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose that next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Wow, fake news, huh? Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Oh, it's true. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Discriminate. When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Ungard will never get me to say touche. Touche. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that Ungard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. Oh, monopoly? Oh, why are we talking about that? I always play as the dog. Don't land on Boardwalk. Get the trains, 4 trains, and then you just win. Ride them to win. Quarters adjourned. Let's go play some Monopoly. You don't have any proof that Mr. Ungard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. Everything I do is right. You're right. I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you. All right then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Ungard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan? I don't think that we can do that, can we? It's that Adrian had ill will herself is what we're going with, right? And I don't think this is the line to follow for that. But we can come back to that. I don't have anything to offer. See, just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just give me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles for you, anyway. Cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. So, what do you mean by I took action? Like, fuck. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need. Well, you were going to teach her a good lesson. I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, to stop. Chadworth, get down. Well, it was too bad that the woman didn't come through the door that night. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that no one else but you need to know. Alright. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know the secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? Press further. Present evidence. Wait and see. Press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you're not gonna get that stick of gum. You won't get to go home today. Oh, yes, I agree. Yeah. Chatty Poo, what are you doing? Help me. I agree with the defense miracle. What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. Humph, I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's... Okay, did you just go and, like, smoke crack for the year you were gone, Chadworth? What the fuck, man? And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. Well, as long as we don't know where this information came from. It's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Old Bag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm going to press the heck out of it. Okay, so is it that she got it from Goofy, or is it present evidence that... Okay, there's one evil and thought they could possibly be wrong, causing a huge scandal. You do these things all managers again close. Okay, so right now, I want to, like, angle the court proceedings to get to this, which is that no... She had her own reasons for going there to Juan, but it's to see Juan, but it's not letting me right now. So I feel like I need to push where she got the information from. Okay, let's see if we can get that first before I go the other way. I don't know. Why can't we make her judge? That's important. Wait, what? Secret information no one knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know secret information? Okay. Alright, present evidence. So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that, witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Okay, it's... You got it from Goofy? Did she say that she was... Did she say that she spoke to Goofy? Is it that she knew about this? Or did she find the camera, right? It was in the victim's case, the casse? Okay, what does it want from me? It hasn't brought up the camera at all, but it hasn't brought up Goofy at all. We already did the magazine clipping. Let's go Goofy. You call that proof? It looks more like proof of spite toward the witness. If you have nothing to back up your claims, then they are no more valid than gossip. Objection sustained. Oh, shit. Witness, please feel free to ignore the defense's gesture of ill will and continue. Okie dokie, see nothing can get me down. Great, that did nothing but set me back a few minutes of my life. Sounds like just another tip of the gossip, doesn't it? But you can't make it either. Okay, so maybe she did find the camera? Or, like, really? That seems kind of out of nowhere. Shit. Surely these should all work then. You found it from Goofy is really close to it. You know this tabloid. I guess it's to get into the camera. Alright. I guess we're gonna find something on the camera. The investigative photographer, a lot of heart. Yeah, it's the camera. Read Joe. What am I missing? That was reading. Was there something I missed there about the camera case? Articles in, I know the articles in the case. I said that already. The investigative photographer, a lot of heart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No. I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. Okay, wait, well, hold on. Wasn't the camera stolen after the murder? Didn't Lotta Hart take some pictures of what was going on? So, like, she stole the camera within a couple seconds of this going on, read it, and then stayed? Or, let's see where it goes. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. That's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you were the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Ungard. She said so herself. Ungard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Chatty Poo, you believe me, don't you? I do not. I was only trying to help out with, like, the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Oh, well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this. Look at this just this once. What? She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. Pile on more pressure. If I let her up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Where's Lotta's camera? Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Wait and listen more carefully, you annoying brat. I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Can we? Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Olbeck. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Is it just the camera again? What? Really? You stole my lawyer badge. You stole my Magatama. You stole my Nickel Samurai thing. No, no. You stole Maya. You're D-Killer. No. No. You stole the guitar. No. You stole the tomato juice. No. You stole the knife. You stole the button. Oh, is it really the camera again? Miss Oldbag, that note was the camera. Inside its case was... Okay. Alright, so I like the story of this so far, but the way that the evidence presenting proceedings are going in this case is really baffling to me. So I'm willing to admit that maybe I'm just out of sorts today and I'm just too tired for this. I feel like my energy is pretty good today, but I feel like this is really bad for evidence proceeding. Story's fine, but like this is one of the worst evidence proceedings that we've had. Oh, a camera. Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. What, why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too. Grr, looks like you found me out again, Sonny. This is the is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What, even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from... I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. And I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Chadworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. Can we see the rest of them just in case? This is the Nickel Samurai. So Lotta Hart was there taking photographs, saw the Nickel Samurai coming out of the room, then this is his room, right? Because of all the flowers. There's less flowers there. Then fucking Oldbag stole the camera, read the note, and that's why she decided that she should watch the door because of the note inside, and she still saw this. Like, what? I remember there being flowers on both sides, but I think the other ones were reeds, weren't they? This is kind of... I don't understand. Anyway, this is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Did she take the camera? The fucking photograph? Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder. Lotta's photo added to the court record. What does all this mean? Okay, am I like off here, or is that like a plot hole? If the reason why that old bag was outside watching the door was because she stole the camera in it with this tabloid thing in it here, but the photograph was taken at the same time before Lotta Hart had the camera at that time. How did old bag get it and then I think that's a mistake. Unless old bag's lying, which is possible. The timeline is really quick here. Lotta wrote a note. She didn't write the tabloid. The tabloid article about the victim was in the case. It's right here, right? If this is her notes for the tabloid article, that's fine. Or a tabloid article that she was writing. It's right here on the evidence list. That was inside the case. Like, it literally says right here. What does this mean, Mr. Showerworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungar clearly stated that he fucking killed it at the time of the murder. He was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If this is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. We have to get him acquitted right now, or else Maya is gonna die, right? It was wasn't it? Or I guess he's gonna give us another day. But Maya escaped, right? So I guess it doesn't really matter. But fucking Wright doesn't know that. This photo is before he went into Cordery's room. Okay, so let's say that so Lotta Hart is in the hallway, right? And Steel Samurai comes out of Unguard's room. So this is Unguard's room. He's coming out, right? So she takes the photograph, and then he goes into the other room and kills whatever. Even if he isn't the killer, right? It's this timeline is only like what, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and in that time, Old Bag Lotta leaves, loses her camera. Old Bag steals it. She reads the note and then decides to stake this out. Like, I don't buy that. That doesn't work for me. Sorry. That's a big stretch. I hope that this is a lie and we caught her in a lie or something. That really, really doesn't make sense to me at all. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and below it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Who's Maya again? I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. Nothing strange. Something strange with it. Okay, there's gotta be, right? Something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming. Right. Does the photo have a timestamp on it? Is it a digital camera? Digital cameras usually say when the time of the photo was taken, right? No. Like, this could have been taken at any time when he was coming out of his room. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Showerworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Oh, debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Fuck yeah, I am. Fuck yeah. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from, anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Well, now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? I don't fucking know. He doesn't have the knife? Like, he could have tucked the knife in somewhere. The bear? The door? I wish I could go back and see to make sure that this is his, this is actually the Steel Samurai with the details. I don't know. I'm gonna say it's the knife. There's no knife in his hand. Right? Like this, he was going on his way to the room, because otherwise Old Bag Sesame doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense, but this has to be before the murder. So he doesn't have the knife. It's this person here, of course. You mean the Nickel Samurai, and what's wrong with that? At the time of the murder, Mr. Ungar was in his own room, which means this Nickel... If you think that's all it takes, you should reconsider your choice of occupation. I think it's about time you retired. Whoa, what the hell, Chadworth? Huh, it looks like there was no problem with this photo after all. The problem was with the brain of that lawyer you're on. Whoa, what the fuck, man? Whoa, wait. You were the one who let your last chance fly away from you, Mr. Wright. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ungard, fucking guilty. Guilty. The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned. Fuck. Alright, so before we get in there, let's no, I want to see. Okay, I can see the court record. Okay, alright, cool. Alright, so I wish I could see the rooms again. Okay, so top knot. He's not carrying his trident spear thing. That's fine. Okay, it's got to be with him because, well, I just clicked on him, right? So was that? It's not him. It's from the angle. How can I click on the angle? I can't. There's no way. The only thing I can see is that his pants are like dragging on the floor, but with this pose, like his legs are spread. So if his legs were together, like his knees are pushing them out more. So if his legs were together as they are now, I think it might actually look like that. That's hard to know. I don't think it's that. Whose fucking room is this? Shit. Is that red thing the same thing? Yeah, it is. Alright, let's see if this is the pants. And if it isn't, we'll try something else. Despair. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing at? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? Really? I mean, I still got it, but... I guess he would also be taller. It is pretty ruffled. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. What does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. He's not wearing anything like... Nah. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. Hakama? Hakama? His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Hakama up just to... No? No, he's not. Okay. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. The bottom of the Hakama is pretty fucking ruffled. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. I think the problem there is that you're not allowed to inspect the rest of your evidence while you're there. And you're just supposed to remember that. Like, it doesn't matter. You can just reload. Who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't really matter. But, yeah, I think that's the biggest problem there. Whatever. Let's keep going. That's curious. Huh? What is? Chaworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged his case at all. I mean, we've had a couple of good back and forths. Oh, Mr. Chadworth, where does this leave us? Fuck all, Your Honor. If the person in this photo is not Matt Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. So another repeat of the costume being dragged. I figured it would come to this. What? You knew about the stolen camera with the tabloid in it and the photograph of okay, what? Right, I have something I want to ask you. Will you marry me? I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Chadworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is this person in the store? What, you mean I'm gonna lose points because if I can't guess who's inside the fucking costume? Just balls to the wall? Like, hey, Phoenix, if it isn't the defendant, who is it then? Oh, if you don't get it right, he's fucking guilty. Like, even though it can't be him. Like, what? Oh, Adrian Andrews. If you want to know who that samurai is none other than this woman. And why would you say it? Must be Miss Andrews. What in the world points you to her? It could be no one fucking else. For starters, she's short. And she can is she? And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. Did it ever say that she was short? Because if not, this is just blatantly sexist, man. What the hell? I don't think it ever said she was short. Finally, she had dinner with Ungard that night. And how does that all add up? It means it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. Everyone in chat right now is saying that that it never happened. It never said that she was short. Okay, so we all agree it's a problem with the game. Okay. I'm glad you're on my side for once with this chat. Thank you so much. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. Oh, the knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright? I want you, Chadworth. I have to do this. This is my last chance to turn things around. Love you, chat. The defense moves it to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Chadworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Time for a recess. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to the court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ack, I forgot. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Oh, now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Wait a sec, raise an objection. No, just now. No, it has to be now. No, she's outside. Oh, now then. Objection. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass the verdict today. Oh, I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Chadworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But, we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk. Unexpected development. She's outside, already subpoenaed her ahead of time. I'm fucking Sherlock Holmes. I'm a fucking genius. I'm a human calculator. I'm fucking psychic. I can channel ghosts too. In fact, I have this whole time. You think that this is who I am? No, I'm not. I'm actually a really old person. I'm Chadworth's ghost inhabiting the spirit channel. I'm a fucking maniac. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Chadworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's eating popcorn. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow, I knew there was no way Chadworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Even though I didn't know it was Old Bag in the spacesuit, I knew she had stolen the camera and knew all about the photograph. Everything. Congrats, Weebs. Daily challenge. Congrats. So I need to take 1 million off at the end of stream. Remind me to take 1 million off. Oh, very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Chadworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. 6 minutes. What do you mean? I took 5 million off earlier. What are you talking about? He's a maniac, maniac. March 22, 214. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way, not cool, and collected Adrian Andrews. Alright, so this is your break screen. So here we go. 7 million because 6 from yesterday. Okay, how are you getting 6 million from yesterday? Isn't it 5 million plus 6 million right now? How is it 6 million from yesterday? I'm not memeing right now. How is it 6 million from yesterday? Isn't it only 5 million from yesterday? How are you guys getting 7? 5 plus 1. Shouldn't it be 51 million then? Alright, please enjoy your break. Go get a drink, go walk around, go walk your puppies, go brush your teeth. If you've been sitting the whole time, please go and walk around. It's good for you. Back in 10. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. The real salty XD used to 100 bits to say, so I missed some parts of the game, but what was the point of killing off Mia if she was still going to appear in the games? Yeah, I don't get it either. Yeah, it's all kind of weird. Maybe to be shocking, so... Maybe it's so you weren't constantly under a mentor that is going to tell you what to do all the time, like, you know? But you kind of took a leadership role in the first case, but that was a tutorial. I don't know. Hey Joe, it's my birthday today. Is it Assistant Ayaya? Happy birthday, Assistant Ayaya. Feels birthday, man. Feels birthday. Happy birthday. Maybe it has some point to it that hasn't gotten to yet. Like, I assume that she's in all of the games, or at least in the first 3. How did I get that? Sorry, I have a cut on my leg. I'm like, I don't understand how I got it. Thank you, Talking Head 00 for the new sub. Welcome, welcome, Talking Head. Also, Bit Duty Man, welcome. Thank you for the new sub, Bit Duty Man. Thank you so much. Trent Guy and stuff, use some bits to say. Chat has ruined my plan. I had thought that it was 6 mil that was owed after yesterday, but I wasn't sure. I was going to watch the VOD after stream was over, and then bet you had an extra mil coins tomorrow that you had missed it. God damn it, chat, you lost out on 1 million free coins. I probably would have fallen for that too. Rip, chat. Rip. Pucker Starfish used 100 bits to say, what are chat's thoughts on internet people being blackmailed with charity donations? Like, if you do this thing, I'll donate $400 to St. Jude, but if you don't, I'll give it to you? What? Pucker Starfish then used another 100 bits to say, to be clear, I wouldn't do it unless there was clear communication that it's all in good faith. I think that there's no way to do something like that without coming across like a dick. I think if you do that, you also have to, like, do both, you know? Like, I don't know. I think the best outcome there, and I think this is kind of like one of those unwritten rule kind of things, that if there was a bet, like someone said, I'm going to bet you to do this, and if you lose, I'm going to donate $400 to charity. If you win, I'm going to give it to you. Is that at the end, both people just give $400 to charity? You know what I mean? I think that's the only way that you come out on top there, and it's just for fun. That's what I would do if I was in that situation anyway. Last week I fell asleep during one of your streams and I dreamt I heard the Blue Badger theme. I thought I'd finally lost it, but no, it's apparently you just playing it the song during breaks, right? Sometimes I do it, yeah. I've done it, I think, 2 or 3 times. Alright, last one before we get back into it. Lay Larsem has used 100 bits to say, I assume Mia got killed off to introduce Maya and have their main relationship be with you instead of always let my sister handle it, which she does anyways by channeling, but regardless. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to channel, so it's not always reliable, so it's just like she can show up in big moments. It does have some narrative sense to it, I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's that interesting. I don't know. And she also shows up with just Phoenix sometimes, right? Think crazy. That has nothing to do with Maya, and yet we still hear her, which is kind of weird. I don't even know if that's actually her ghost or if it's just Phoenix's imagination. I don't know. That's a good point, actually. I don't know. What is that? She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yeah, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. Okay, so unless there's like some whole other part of the story that happened separate from this involving D-Killer or whatever, that isn't what happened. So, like, there's a character that we haven't introduced as the killer yet. I also don't understand why, as soon as he heard us say D-Killer, that he was, like, on board. But maybe it's gonna be like, yeah, you said you knew the killer, right? No, D-Killer. What? Who the fuck is D-Killer? So she's the real killer who's the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes, Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it, even though we have no idea if she left the suicide note or not. Is Juan Corrida the victim of this murder? I think I misread that, I'm sorry. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. Where's the suicide note? Who was it that first told us about the relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. It was Chadworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard... How do you know that? You weren't there. So you do follow us around, and you do see things from the spirit realm. So why can't you just tell us where Maya is? Wow, what a plot hole. March 22, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Chadworth, if you please. The prosecution calls witness subpoenaed by this court. We just told... No, but she knew. She knew what it was. That's what she... Isn't that... Wasn't she leading there right now? Like, hey, and who told us that, Phoenix? It was Chadworth. Yeah, so be careful. Like, isn't that what it was? Maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe you're right. But she knows other information, too. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? Okay, the 2 cards. Like, what's that all about? I'm the manager, the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. Do you think maybe D. Killer is the killer? No. There's no way. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. I can't even read. It's true, he can't read. It's true. The judge was ever a prosecution witness. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Well, anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. I have no idea what he just said, but I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. Only some of us are accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to... No one except Phoenix is accusing you of that. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well. Then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I wanted to get Matt from his room. Bait and switch, that's probably it. D-Killer is short for definitely not killer. Yeah, that's... After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. I put down my wine glass. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. And then you poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. So you poured it and didn't drink it? Oh, I see. Well, Miss Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? No? Okay. When I found the body. Do, do, do. And what was Mr. Ongar doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongar did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his... Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room. Yeah. What, the costume? Excuse me? It? What are you... Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. Yeah, that was a bad sentence, right? If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? I thought it was about the costume. Like, I'm not one to talk. Like, I make some horrible sentences on stream sometimes, but I'm not a fucking lawyer. No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Actually, they never fucking taught us basic grammar in school. Every single year, the English teacher was like, they didn't teach you this last year? And we were like, no. Like, the whole class, in a chorus, no. And then the teacher didn't teach us it. As you can tell by what I just said, and I fucked up there. Every single fucking year, they did not teach it. And we're like, why did they not teach it last year? And then they did not fix the problem. Why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any intentions in mind at that time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. Maybe continue now. Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? There's a dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Whoa! What the fuck, game? Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. I go along with this. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. Yes, the lip marks are the reason why I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. What? What was she starting to say just now? Hey, it is a big deal. Yeah, yo, judge. Oh, you have to say it. Yeah, you're on the fucking stand, Miss Andrews. I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? But only the top of the guitar case was wet, so you opened the guitar case afterwards too. This mess of glass shards. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Oh, it looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. You lie. I was the one who knocked the flower vase where it fell on the guitar case. Okay. What kind of flower vase was it? What the fuck is cogniferous? You don't know what cogniferous means? Man Kimishar? What the fuck? How do you not know what... Wow. You are not cogniferous, man. Holy crap. It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Han's pulse. So I set the glass... so I was holding down on the dresser. Cogniferous is a made-up word from Ace Attorney 1 that basically means, you know, you're aware, you're cognizant of something. It's a made-up word. So don't feel bad for not knowing it. So if you are not cogniferous, it means you don't know. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. Always mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Always be mindful, sorry. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. Sorry, I skipped over some dialogue there. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya Sake. This is just like the same witness as always. Alright. It's a perfectly cromulent word. So on top of the lid. Alright. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, it didn't. If that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. Whoa! That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? It has no guitar. Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Well, yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. That bright red guitar, the bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however... the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Yeah, but she lied! Oh, almost right. Do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her testify. Yep. The empty guitar case is the key to everything. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Heh. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you, the one who has won every single case before this by reaching for straws like this, including 3 against me, 2 against Von Karma, and 1 against the most famous prosecutor in the fucking country, maybe even the world. But no, I'm still going to second guess you when you do shit like that. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase. That's what you're going for? You're going, I must have accidentally opened the guitar case. Not that, oh, I must have just misremembered that it was closed and someone else must have come to the scene and opened it after I was gone. Like, or is it like, is your argument that you were on the case the whole time, or, one of the detectives opened it? Like, okay. It's like, you would fucking die in Among Us. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Humph, using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a week. It's just the worst joke. It's the worst joke. Every stream, I do it with a different word, and I just say it's the worst joke. It's the worst fucking joke. It's just such a bad joke. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit vague. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see, are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. This is such a weird character. Oh, well, Miss Andrews. Yes, it was me. So let's move to open the guitar case. Why? So you opened the guitar case then? That's what I said. Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Miss Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open the guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. When I'm dazed, I always open guitar cases. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Was it? Or maybe you took the guitar. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside, or something else. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. Maybe she moved it there. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Oh, yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. That's why I opened the case. Even I don't know. Maybe something else was in there. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, after one round of testimony, she's at her weakest. If we had a weapon to hit her with. Where's Von Karma? I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Okay, don't remember too clearly because it was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after the doctor is over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. That's where I opened the case. Even I don't know. Okay, I really have no idea what it wants from me here. I'm a lawyer. Oh, I don't lose anything. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't lose anything? I can do whatever I want? Alright. Knowing this trial, it's just the fucking guitar case again. Okay, your fingerprints weren't on it? There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. And you trust the police department not to fuck up a fingerprint test. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time, but your fingerprints are on the glass? Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time? Because I'm trying to seduce Joe. It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. Nothing strange about that. That's strange. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? There's fingerprints on this glass. Oh, well, I took the gloves off when I picked up the glass to pour the juice because I didn't want to get juice on my gloves. And then after I poured the juice, I put the gloves back on to open the guitar case. Yes, well, makes sense to me. Don't want to dirty your gloves. I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah, even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Whoa, what? How many of those do you have? Order, order, order! Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time and broke her glasses. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. Think crazy. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... Chadworth, you haven't changed at all, man. I thought you were going to come back and be like more prosecutor that believes in law and believes that, you know, we have to prove everything under the shadow of doubt. But no, you're just up to your usual fucking bullshit, man. Fucking bullshit. I love you, though, for real. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. No face on the case? It must be done in a different place. However, it's wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, I mean, she's lying, so it must be something. Why are we always, like, God damn, well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Oh, the bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't, whoa. Did he just do the same white guitar thing? Is that what that line was? I didn't read it. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. Let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? I'm a lawyer. It doesn't... Okay, I'm gonna guess the suicide note. It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be the suicide note. It can't be this. It can't be that. It can't be this. Can't be that. Can't be this. Can't be the camera. Can't be that. Can't be the map. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be the crime photo. Can't be the button. Inside was a smaller guitar case. Made myself laugh. All right, it has to be the suicide note, right? But how do I say that? Can I save? I can't save. Shit. Okay, no. Maybe the button? Like, I don't think so. I'm just like, what things could it possibly be? Right? I wish I could save it, man. I wish I could save it. Okay, I think it was the suicide note because I said yesterday that I thought that that Juan had got the suicide note and hid it in his guitar. So I'm gonna say it's this, and if I'm wrong, then we have to reload. And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one? Oh, why, Mr. Wright? Why? Well, I just thought it might have been possible. This is the wrong answer. I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Yes, and never bring it out again. God damn it. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. Shit, when was the last time I saved? This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the fact. What the fuck was it then? This court finds the defendant mad and guard. What? Is that really not it? The accused will surrender to the court immediately. That is all. Oh no. Inside the card case was a glass of poured juice, and I took my gloves off after opening the guitar case without my with my gloves on, and just carefully put it on the dresser next to it. Like, what else could it possibly be? What? It was the knife, and then I just rammed it right into the fucking into the corpse, because that's what I wanted to do, just for fun. All right, let's save it here. Oh, wait, what was it? You don't mean to suggest that a bright red bright I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. The flight that head of yours, you haven't proved anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside? Okay, so we saved a little bit. Okay, so what can we absolutely get rid of? Okay, so it absolutely cannot be I'm a lawyer. It can't be the Magatama. It can't be the Nickel Samurai fucking picture. Like that makes no sense whatsoever. It can't be the press conference ticket. It can't be the radio transceiver because it's us. It can't be oh. She has the card, and Maya has the card. Did she get one too? That's kind of a stretch though, because like this is ours. No, I don't think so. It can't be the camera. That's actually a possibility, but I think it's unlikely. I'm trying to get rid of anything that it could it's impossible. It's impossible it can be these four. It's unlikely but possible it's this one. Like, she does have a card, so it's kind of a link. It's impossible it's the camera. I mean, it's possible that it's the magazine clipping, but I just don't see how that's possibly relevant, but it's possible. Hotel guide map, again, possible. There's no way I can exclude that. It can't be another guitar case inside. It's possible it's the wine glass, but that's fucking bullshit. It's a crime photo. There was a photo of the crime inside the clip. No, that can't be that. And the photo and the wine glass is there. It could be the button. It could be. So the killer put the button in the guitar case afterwards. It could be that. Okay, these seem to link to themselves, and it could be the knife. And I don't know, I'm starting to think that it's the radio transceiver. I don't know why. I'm starting to think that it's the radio transceiver. No, it's not. Okay. Phew. Phew. Alright. Let me load. 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 Let's save it here. Okay, let's try the button. And why would something like that be inside the card? Yeah, okay, so it's not that. Okay, sorry to guess. I have no idea. I have no clue what it wants from me here. I have no clue. I'm sorry. It was the knife. Okay, it's not the knife. Just make sure. It's the juice. What is it then? Okay, we tried this one. Just try this one. No? Alright, let's go one at a time just for a fact. Here we go. I'm a lawyer. Wow, it wasn't that? Damn. Alright. It was Magatama. Nope. It was the Nickel Samurai. Oh. There was a picture of the Nickel Samurai inside the guitar case, or there was another version of this costume inside the guitar case. What is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't make a genius. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. Actually, it does. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. Oh, what? Oh, Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? Alright, so this might make sense in the grand scheme of the events that happened, but how was I supposed to know that? Your current theory is that Adrian wore the costume. Where did she get it from? Okay, so let's say we're trying to prove how she got into a costume. How are you supposed to know that that was in the guitar case? Like, I don't think there's any hint that it could have been in the guitar case. I don't believe that. Also, isn't this from? This is from before, right? This is the Nickel Samurai coming out of the room, right? Because if that isn't the case, then how did Old Bag know about the murder and everything? It's after the murder. Then how how was Old back there? Reed, okay, Reed, I'm sorry. What am I missing, Reed? Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so I read, right? Okay, so now you've just proven that there's a huge fucking plot hole in this game unless Oldbag comes back and says that she was fucking lying the whole time. Oldbag was standing outside the hallway witnessing things because she found the camera, and the camera that was used to take this picture. So if this camera was used to take this picture, but Oldbag, before this camera went missing, stole this camera, how did Lotta take the picture? I thought she was lying, but she really did have the tabloid, and that really was the reason why she was there. Time camera. Sometimes these games are just bullshit, but fun bullshit. I can agree with that, but I don't think chat is going to like that. I think that chat is going to defend this all the way and say that there's no problem with it. Like, if there's a problem with it, if this is a legit problem, it doesn't ruin the case for me, it's fine. I'm willing to tolerate that sort of stuff. But it's just like, I don't know. I think that the timeline is completely fucked up, and even if it wasn't, I think that it was a nickel samurai costume was in the guitar case. I think that's kind of a real leap. And again, it doesn't matter because you can try as many times as you like. Who gives a shit? It's fine. You can load. It's fine. But if we're talking about if it makes sense or not, I don't know. It's not a leap at all. It's not a leap at all that there was a second nickel samurai costume in the guitar case. That wasn't hinted at all. No, it isn't a leap. Okay. Second? Yeah, it had to be, cause he was asleep the whole time. In his costume. If it's the same costume, then why did it have to be in the guitar case? Isn't that the whole reason? That there had to be a second fucking, like, costume somewhere? Because he was asleep? With it on? Alright, we'll see what happens. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be in doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? But isn't she the one that said that she found the body? What? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get the shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order. Wait, how do we know that this is from after the murder? Did it have a time on it? When was that specified in the proceedings? I don't remember that. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Well, wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? Would it even fit in the guitar case? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. I don't fucking know, Your Honor. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Let me save. Okay, so I think it's a spare costume. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was the spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? I can't. You mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose? Then why were people in chat saying that there was only one? But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't need to be the Nickel Samurai. He's a completely different character. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Yep. No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? No, think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. Okay, I've kind of half mentally checked out on the mystery here. I'm sorry. I'm still interested in what's going on. And entertaining, and the mysteries aren't really the big point for me here. I'm trying to reel myself back in now because I don't want to check out. But I have to admit it. I've kind of half checked out on the mystery at this point because I just don't think it makes sense. So let me take a second and see if I can get back into it. Alright, so I think the reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was, I'm a lawyer. The press conference ticket, he was gonna confess something. He was gonna pretend to be, because he didn't know about that, right? But wasn't he gonna be there too? How would that work? It's gotta be that. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said that he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. Okay, are you in on it then? Because how, like, you, hey, well, fucking Matt Engard, like, what's this fucking press conference I hear about? You know, I'm your manager, you know, and I didn't fucking know about this at all. Like, what the fuck's going on here? What was it? Well, I don't know this fucking press conference. Well, you said you're gonna fucking do one, man. So what the fuck? Let's fucking go. Like, she has to be in on it, I guess. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim, yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. Why is Joe moaning? First time? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. I suck, and Juan Kurita is way better than me. This is my confession. I'm a fraud, and Juan Kurita is way better than me. No, I will not take off the mask and prove that I am actually Nickel Samurai. That's it. Conference adjourned. Peace out, bitches. I'm out. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Engard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case... that's not a confession. That's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me. Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway, and his grand plan was to put on the costume and pretend to be Matt, even though Matt could just say that wasn't me afterward. Whoa, what is this plan? He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had his hands in a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. Okay, what kind of secret could it possibly be that it could ruin his career that wouldn't also be effective if it was just revealed without having to put the Nickel Samurai costume on? I can't think of anything that it could possibly be. Like, I hope there is one, because that would be really interesting, because I can't think of it. So if they have a good reason, I'll be like, oh, damn, that's really good. But like, I can't think of anything right now that he would have to be pretending to be him in the costume. Not the actor, the character. I don't, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Ungard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. If you were trying to protect him, why were you helping set it up? Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Damn, I miss Mo. From the... I actually don't. This is more interesting. I just, you know, I hope it ends well. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with his testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep in mind that as you cross-examine Mr. Wright, looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something there? Why did you put the suit on and leave? Because why didn't you just carry it out? Oh, what? Like, from the moment I saw the I feel like we just kind of glossed over the fact that she opened a guitar case and put on a suit and walked out like, woo, I'm the Steel Samurai. Like, okay, let's... Why would you say that your intuition's speaking to you? Because if not, then she just confessed to just tampering with a crime scene to maybe? Like... Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Irk. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. Should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ungard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. So you're afraid so you walked into the room and then you didn't want to be seen leaving the room just in case. So you put on the costume, walk out of the room, take the costume off, then go back to the room. But if anyone was watching the room, they would have seen you go in, not leave, and then just come back again. And then you went back in and reported it? Because she did report it, right? Maybe I'm forgetting something about that. I'm sure that Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Well, he told me himself. Anyway, the important thing is this information is not your testimony. What do you mean he told us? Yeah, well, yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony. If you please. Grasp me at straws now, are you, Mr. Wright? I know his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why'd you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. What? In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. You mean in all the trials that we've had, that the real killer ends up being on the stand at some point, and we just move suspicion over there? We prove that our defendant is not guilty by putting guilt on someone else? Yeah, okay, Chatworth. Okay, Chatworth. Are you the real Chatworth? Were you replaced? Why do I keep doing this to myself? I miss Von Karma, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? I lied. Are you telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. Okay, I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button on the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button, it's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jamming Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? The button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that it makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Damn, psychic Mia. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. Okay, so we're giving a lot of things for adding to the testimony to refute. And how'd you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you are not. You just got caught in so many lies. Why are you being so self-righteous? All right, and I thought I had her this time for sure. This time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Objection. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will toward the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. Please stop slandering the witness. She's only lied 5 times, Phoenix. It's fine, let's move on. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Okay, so from the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. That button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt like I had to protect him. Okay, so what are we doing? Something about the button was ripped from his costume, was covered in Kurita's blood, found in Ungard's Hakama. Okay, so is it... How was there blood on it when he was strangled, maybe? Like, how did the blood get on it in the fight? Like, there would be no blood on it? But the fight could also be with the knife, right? We said that it was after the strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife, right? So, is that it? How is there blood on it? Or is that just not a thing? But I'm Matt's manager to protect him. The reason she's on the stand is because you want to try and pin the murder on her. Saying she keeps lying and needs to be disregarded doesn't help you at all. No, I'm not saying that's what the game should do. I'm just like voicing frustration. I'm kind of RPing as Phoenix and how this is bullshit. Like, yeah, that's happened in almost every single case. Is that the witnesses have lied over and over and over again, and we just keep going along with it. No, like, no, I'm not saying that that's something that should actually be a thing. Okay, I know it's a motive. Murder. Okay, I think that maybe that's it. That is a contradiction, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding, but it could also be part of it. Let's find out. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does. I don't see anything contradictory. Okay, nope. Do. When we pressed on something else, did it replace one of the testimonies? Because I feel like they added more than one testimony here, but I feel like it's missing. One's missing. From when I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I don't think we can press that. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. I don't think we can press that. Maybe? Wasn't there one about how he didn't know about the press conference? I thought that was gone, right? But I don't think we can say that, because for whatever reason we can't add that to the thing. Wasn't there also one about how you wanted something from Kurita? And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. That button was torn off during his fight with Matt, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. I really feel like it's like this button thing. Could it be this instead? Could it be the knife too? Let's try it. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. Okay, so I really feel like the button should have worked there too, chat. Is anyone going to disagree with me on that? Like, come on. Like, the button really should have worked there too. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Didn't we try to do this earlier and it wouldn't let us yet? Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There was no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Chadworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Oh, Mr. Wright, does this mean? Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on guard? Yeah, to enter the crime? Yeah. There's only one logical reason for something like that. Leon, it was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. Well, I don't know about that. That's right, Mr. Ungard was set up. Let me check my pants. I'm not wearing any, by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is. Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. Alright, let's save it just in case. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ungard, is... Maya. Lana! It has to be Adrian, right? A spirit channeled Celeste. Has to be Adrian. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corita's killer. What? Order, order, order. Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Fucking all of it. What? How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard. Naturally, a knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Tisk! Wow, how many glasses do you have? Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there was no way he would have put such an incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's Hakama. Wow, okay, so this trial is pretty short. It kind of sucks. Oh well. I don't know why you guys thought this was so great, you know? This is done. There's no way there's more after this, so yeah, this is the end. Huh, well, kind of disappointing, but oh well, I guess we'll you know, use this 0. We'll get to that. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Alright. Ace Attorney 2, probably the worst of the trilogy, but that's fine. Is this person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. Oh, I see. What about the empty guitar case? Oh, who gives a shit? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Objection. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Oh, that's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. Phoenix! So she goes in, strangles him, alright, stabs him with the knife that she brought, right? Carrying the knife that she didn't wipe the prints off somehow, you know, then takes the button and is like, oh shit, time to have a glass of juice, pours the juice, picks up the glass and is like about to take a sip and is like, nah, fuck it, and puts it on the dresser, accidentally knocks over the vase, then gets a towel to open the fucking the guitar thing carefully, and then put, like, what? But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. So she did that after she came back? Why would she do that when she was there? She would do that when she comes back to see the body. She left. No, that doesn't make any sense at all. No, and to top it off, there was this photo. No! A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. I have you now. Oh, Miss Andrews. I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Oh, what law? What the fuck? Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. And this is only relevant now after all. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room, Adrian Andrews, Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. Alright. That's it. That's when Francesca planted this idea in her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. And there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? Still, all according to plan, Phoenix. I knew all of this would happen. Every single part of this, I knew. I saw it with my foresight. I'm a fucking genie, Phoenix. Do you understand? This isn't even my true form. You haven't even begun to see it. I'm a fucking lawyer. I'm the spirit of all lawyers. I'm the god of lawyers. I eat philosophy texts and shit out logic every single day. I have a special toilet installed in my house, Phoenix. I want you to see it. With special toilet paper for my gigantic hand. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence. Oh, what is so humorous, Mr. Chadworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, you did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. Oh, but Miss Andrews, no one's done that before. I don't know how to react. If you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? No, not Judge. No, but maybe not. We're going to prove either way. Besides, you don't even know what kind of guilty to do myself. How? No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. Oh, if you can't testify because you're pleading the fifth, well, you must be guilty. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point. So, Mr. Andrews refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she's the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do: mistrial, and that is to declare a recess. We need to take a dump for a recess. I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial. Tomorrow. We don't have it tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then someone who pleads the fifth literally does look guilty, though. Judge, to that point. Look. I agree. Someone pleading the fifth does kind of look a little sus. All right. However, in a court of law, I don't think so. I don't think like if someone's like, I plead the fifth, and the judge is like, yeah, pretty fucking sus. All right, jury, please take that into account. Like, no, I don't think so. Please wait, Your Honor. That's unnecessary. The trial needs to continue. What are you sweating for? What you're in real life? I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about this. Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Chadworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify, and we can't force her. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Chadworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true. But actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we found out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck is going on right now. I don't know what this is about Chower today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I don't even know if it is Chower. This is a replacement. He's been killed by a fucking shapeshifter. He's a Doppler. It's a Doppler Chadworth. Fucking Dopplerworth. This fucking is. Just don't know. Oh, the court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in a messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the center corner. So I thought, hey, I'll pour him a glass of juice to perk him up. And then when I gave it to him, I was like, oh shit, he's dead. When I saw him sitting like that, I thought he was just... No. I thought he fainted. I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. This is a complete 180. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, there's nothing left. I know. Choworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Oh, now that Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you just wait a little longer to reveal to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Shut up, hurry up and wait. Precisely, I couldn't have said it better myself. Okay, one thing I don't like about the testimony, like usually the testimony parts are fantastic. I really like how it links back together. But one thing I don't like is that when you press all the points, it's like they're pretending that the earlier read of the whole testimony didn't happen. So, nah, but it's fine. I don't know how you could fix that, so maybe it's worth it for the interaction. So it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustrations in not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Go fuck yourself, Phoenix, grr. And then, what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it and you wake people up with juice? Is it just me, or did that sound a little odd? Time for your wake up juice. Here we go. What, is that a knife sticking out of you? Nah. Wake up, wakey wakey. Juice and bakey. Then what did you cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap like a toddler. Anyway, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he had fainted or something. You thought he had fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. How do you know that? I see. And after that, what happened next? How do you know that? What? I realized you didn't know there was nothing fuzz over. Okay. And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response while holding the juice. So I set. You didn't notice the. Oh, so I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked, and I staggered backward, and knocked the flower vase over, and that's what happened. Yes, this is what it all comes down to, huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh, Miss Andrews? Will you tell us the truth this time? How did you take his pulse with the suit on? Right? Oh, that's not something we can. That's not something we can what you call it. we can dispute. What do you mean neck? He has the fucking big fucking strangulation scarf on it. Oh, I guess there's a part above that maybe they could. Yeah. Okay. You guys are right. You guys are right. For once, you guys are right. Okay, so I want to say, if she put this here, how did she take the pulse and everything and shake him without spilling, while holding the juice? But why would she put it down? Like, how did the juice not get knocked over either, right? Was there even a mess before she knocked it over? Isn't she the only one that made a mess? No, there's some mess over here, right? Did she knock all of it over or just the flower vase? Okay, I think it was just a vase, so it's not that. It's not that the room isn't a mess yet. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. I don't think it's that. When I saw him sitting like that, I thought he was dead. Didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought you didn't see the knife? To be honest, I thought he had just fainted on or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized he was dead, okay, so there's two lines of thought. Well, 3 lines of thought is that I'm wrong about the mess, and there really was a mess in the room when she came in. So how did she not see it? How did the juice not fall over when she was holding it and all this other shit? And also, how did she not notice the knife sticking out of him? You thought he was tired and you didn't notice the knife? I think the knife is most likely. So does it want the knife? Or does it want the crime scene photo? To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. I think it probably wants the photo. With him, like really, you thought this was fucking like it's just sleeping? I think it has to be that. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Really? What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corita's chest. But it was decorative. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Oh, Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. Okay, so obviously this can't be over. There's too much left unresolved. So, is she just a really bad witness, and she got flustered on the stand? But like Mia kept saying about how she's so cold and calculated and so for it, but like there was a whole thing earlier about how we didn't really know much about like she was hiding it, and like this wasn't used at all. The suicide report and the updated suicide report, like that wasn't used at all. So what's going on here? That she was just a really shit witness and she got confused, and our back and forth badgered her into saying things that she didn't really mean or whatever. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. and your reason for not doing so is that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Madame Guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Is she like, did she stab him with the knife because she was so sure that it was Ungard? And now she's like caught in some bullshit lie? Or, well, why would she take the knife with her? Did she go in, see it, go back out, get the knife, go back in, do it, and then was like, oh, this time I'm gonna wear the Nickel Samurai costume? Like, have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Okay, so this is the best mystery so far because I just want to know what the fuck's going on. I hope it has a good answer because so far I think there's been a couple of holes. And the evidence proceedings in this one have been like, might be the worst case for how you use the evidence in the court. Like, it's so much repetition, it's kind of crap and forced, like, but in terms of the mystery, like, if it ends well, I think this is the best mystery so far. I really want to know what happened here. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Madame Guard. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass on a verdict at this time. Whoa, Chow, what are you doing? What? The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. Fuck you, Maya. Rip. Now I can be Phoenix's sidekick. The absolute real truth. What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. Yes, that's how court works, yes. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? There must always be a guilty party. If someone is proven innocent, that means someone else is guilty. That's how it works. Every case must have a conviction. I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francesca von Karma, huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is. Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Madame Guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes those words right now and is clinging onto them, even though she spoke for like 4 hours before finally doing that. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. Phoenix, don't you understand that you're completely fucking compromised? If it wasn't me, I'm begging you. It wasn't me. Please, I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me. Oh, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Wait, there's a mastermind? Who's the real mastermind? Isn't it obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, come on. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You know, Choworth. Force Andrews to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Well, Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me. Well, that's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Choworth. However, it's clear the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Ho, 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 ho. All according to plan. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Choworth? It's time for my trump card. Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Chadworth. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. So stop. Please stop. No matter... Where are we going right now, game? What the fuck? No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have evidence right here. Oh, that's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrienne. What the fuck? The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in this world. This is fucked up. Please, please stop. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... I don't give a shit if you're going to say you would choose death. That is of no concern to me. Chadworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die... What?! I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. Here's a noose. I brought one for you, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Judge, we're going along with this? Judge! Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to... And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. What was the bit of an inconvenience? Stab the body with the knife. Why would you do that? Is it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person, a certain cowardly man? What do you mean by all this? Chadworth. It might take this court a little while to understand, but... This is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Ungard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Oh, Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. How is this not a mistrial, Judge? This is all over the place. This is just another lie. She's lied so many times. We're on this fucking layer cake of bullshit here. When I first saw him, I really thought she baked the fucking cake with the shit of every single fucking cow in the field. Like, are you fucking serious? But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. He knew about the others, but this was his weakest one. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. We hearing this, Judge? So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The hardest button to button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. By the way, his weakest weakness is that Matt on guard is secretly a giant enemy crab. I thought... I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with this costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you're the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my bone body. It moved on its own. Yeah, okay. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. He wasn't dead. I mean, if I used the button somehow, I can make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go smoothly, do you? Just when I finished, I was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of an inconvenience. What was your inconvenience? An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway. And that wasn't important before? I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth, even though she hadn't got the camera yet and had no idea that she should be there. She still was there, and we're just never going to address that. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You know, even though I just went in, out, and then back in again carrying a knife, and then they would never have seen me leave, and they never saw someone wearing the Nickel Samurai go in. It doesn't matter. This is complete horseshit, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared the costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer, even though no one saw Matt go in, but they saw me go in but never leave, and they just didn't think that was important to say to anybody. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. Alright, so I guess you used the towel or something? And then after they saw me go in, they saw me go back in again to report it. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it in the bag. No one saw her go in? Then how did she see them? Eyes work both ways, chat. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does this mean? Mr. Chavworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francesca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. No, they could be looking the other way. Then why did she go back in and report the case then? She self-reported. Why? Why go in, do it, then use the samurai costume to leave, go back, and then go back in and self-report? It doesn't make any sense. How does it make sense? I don't get it. Okay, if someone really, honestly, genuinely disagrees with me and thinks that I haven't understood this, like, can you, like, type it up, a summary of what the timeline is that makes this make sense? Because I don't understand this. She went in, no one saw her, she didn't see anyone. She finds the dead body, she's like, oh, good idea, runs back out in the hallway, no one sees her, she doesn't see anybody, she gets the knife, then on the way back with the knife, she either sees that Lotta and Oldbag are in the hallway now as she goes in, or she, like, sees them from inside the room somehow by peeking out, but somehow they don't see her when she does it. And then she's like, oh shit, I better use the Nickel Samurai costume to leave so they don't see that it was me coming out of there when that it was with the body, because I would be the last person to be seen with them. Then I'm gonna go fucking back in and still self-report anyway. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would she care? The only thing she gains from that is that the Nickel Samurai costume, it makes it look like it was it was what's his face? It was Matt Ungard, but that didn't work out because it was still like the costume. That's a really stupid plan. That if it quite would be found guilty for sure. It still doesn't make sense. I had no choice but to believe in her words. Wait until trial ends. If they explain it better, then that's fine. But as always, I can only go on the information I have right now. This doesn't seem right to me. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. I just can't imagine a scenario that she sees both Old Bag and Lotta, and they don't see her. Was there like a peephole on the door? I don't even think with a peephole you could see it. There's no peephole on the door. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. I wonder what's going on with Chadworth. He seemed to key in on Maya being in danger unless we get a verdict, and then he was like, you know what? No, fuck it, we can't. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. This cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. Miss Chadworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Okay, all right. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh, shit. Poo-hoo-hoo. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Today's trial is over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Chadworth. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Please handle it carefully. Your gigantic hands might ruin it. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. Oh, and you didn't think this was important? I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see... Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Chadworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. After I was so nice to you during the court proceedings. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Chadworth so emotional before. I remember this symbol from my time in the underground courts over the past year. This belongs to the most greatest assassin among lawyers. The killer prosecutor. That card, what in the world is it? What does it mean? March 22, 5:24 p.m. Wright and Cole offices. Okay, I want to see if they give some information about this right now. Of course they won't, but I want to see. Mystic Maya, sniffle, sniffle. There, Pearls. It's fine. We'll find you a new Mystic Maya. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Sniffle, sniffle. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. Wait. So Chadworth just said that and then just shut up. He just left. He just walked out. What anime bullshit is this? Huh, you have no idea what you've done. And Face is like, okay, well, can't wait to hear about that tomorrow. All right, see you later. I'm going to go home. I'm going to take a dump. Like, you're right. Mystic Maya is much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. Fired again. We're kind of busy right now. At the rate you're going, you're going to have to pay them to work there, man. I'm a lawyer. Look, it's my attorney's badge. Oh, it's a little tarnished, don't you think, pal? Oh, the call out. Don't worry, I'll make it all sparkly shiny again. I'm really touched. How is it tarnished? We know he's not the killer. We used Maya's Magatama. That's oh shit. So what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So you have a new job lined up? Oh, that. Aha, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. By the way, Maya is at the police station. We found her last night, and I just didn't tell you that when I came in. What were you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Unguard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places, and I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. I agree, yeah, let's go. Yeah, you can work, yeah. Okay, by the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Sounds pretty good. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Alright. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Charworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. Because of him doing that, we got the shoes. I like Pearl's little hair bounce. It's really adorable. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to? No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Ungard. I couldn't figure out that for anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, but a lie. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. What would Charworth like us to believe? That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor is better than that. That's true, actually, Francisca von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Charworth said she was in stable condition, but, well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Nah, von Karma's never take the bullet out. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, I was just kind of thinking about it. Whoa, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Depends on the shoulder. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Haughty... Aw, for fuck's sake. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Hey, you seen Maya? It'll be okay, you'll see her again, little missy. Yeah, it's really important that you don't give up. Oh, okay, I guess a big voice really does give you a sense of presence. I won't give up, ever. Okay, so I really thought that was gonna be it. Okay, well, where is she then? She escaped! Where is she? Why can't Mia come back and tell us? Surely Mia would want to know. Alright, I think we're done, chat. We're over time. I think we'll probably do a longer stream tomorrow, and then if we go really significantly over time, I think that we will just skip Friday. But if it's a normal stream Friday tomorrow, then we'll play Spelunky 2 or something on Friday. I don't know. I think we're done. Whoa, what's going on? Please don't think I hate the case, because I don't. I'm really interested to see where this goes. I'm very eager to see the conclusion. If I wasn't like dripping sweat right now because it's so hot in here and I wasn't over time, I would continue right now, but obviously it's going to take like another 4 hours to finish this. I'm really curious to see where it goes. So yeah, please don't think that. I really want to see the end of it. I think that some parts of it don't really make all that much sense, and I'm a little disappointed about that, but there's been problems in every case pretty much, so yeah. Breath of the Waifu? That's a good name for that game. Yeah, maybe we'll try that. I don't know. It's a free-to-play gotcha game, though, and I'm not sure if I want to, you know, promote that, even by playing it a little bit, even though we mentioned it on stream. Shit. Thank you, Balder, for the 4-month resub. Oh, hey, how have the streams been, chat? I haven't been keeping up with Ace Attorney. I think most of the chat has been enjoying them. We started off with a lot more viewers for these games, and it trailed off, but that makes sense because, you know, as we go on, we're going to lose more and more people because random people are going to not be able to catch up, so now they have to watch the VOD, so you're going to lose people like that, so that's fine. But I think that most people have been enjoying the streams. There have been a couple of boring ones, though. I think the Ace Attorney streams so far have been worse than the Ace Attorney 1 streams. How goes the Witcher 3 vid? What Witcher 3 vid? Thank you, Singularity312, for the 18-month resub. Thank you very much. Thank you, Glistenin, for the 14-month resub. Thank you very much. Thank you, DioVault, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome, DioVault. Thank you so much. Bouncy Bob, hashtag not all Bobs, has gifted a sub to Manky Mishra. Thank you very much, Manky Mishra. Thank you, thank you, Bouncy Bob, and welcome, Manky Mishra. Zerial has used 100 bits to say, when I was 5 years old, I played my first video... When I was 5 years old, I played my first video game. It was Mario Bros. On the NES, a game that's older than I am by 2 months. Knowing nothing about video games, I took it to be a cartoon I could magically control. That was enough to be enthralling, and yet certain games kept calling me back more than other Super Mario Brother years. I don't even know how to say this now. Zelda to the adventure of Link. A little while later, it would be BE Star Tropics. All right, Zariel, you just killed the meme. Good job. Good job. It's dead. Zariel used 400 bits after that. Even, oh my god, even children will be able to identify that some games are better than others. They probably won't be able to tell you why they keep playing and I don't know, playing certain games, but they'll still have favorites. As I got older, Nintendo games kept fulfilling that role for me. Fuck elves. Sake, that's how you say it. Thank you, Zariel. That was a train wreck of me trying to pronounce that. Thank you, Rethos or Rethos, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome, Rethos or Rethos. Thank you, Default Account, interesting name, for the new sub as well. Welcome, Default Account, thank you. Thank you, Sonic Boom 65 for the new sub as well. Thank you very much, Sonic Boom 65. Puckered Starfish used 500 bits to say, how is this game popular? What kind of moon logic horseshit is this? You could be playing a better game right now, such as Star. Oh no, some people in chat probably don't know you're memeing and they're gonna hate you now, Puckered Starfish. Star Ocean doesn't have any moon logic horseshit? Thank you, Puckered Starfish. Oh, and the follow-up wars, such as Star Wars. Okay. Also, 200 bits, Puckered Starfish. You say you often break games. How often do games break you? Not very often, actually. But yeah. Yeah, I do break games fairly often. It's a gift. Not very often games break me. I think they broke me a little bit more when I was a kid. Thank you, Pitbell1, for the 500 bits. Lots of bits. Thank you so much, guys. Genuine question, because I haven't fully followed along. Did she have to go back to the room to self-report? If she knew the murder happened, couldn't she report it from anywhere? No, you have to be next to the body to self-report. Otherwise, the button doesn't come up unless it's there. Yeah. It's not like if you see the body, like you can go back away and then go back to it and hit the report button. No, I guess she could have went back and just made the call, right? I was just in there and I saw this body. Like, she must have done that, right? Well, there's a phone in the room. She must have called from in there. Yeah. 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 I guess going back to her room might have been suspicious, but I guess she could have said, I didn't want to touch anything in the room because it was evidence, right? Like, it was a crime scene. That's the line I would have used if I ever killed someone and I went home to make the phone call. Puckered Starfish used 50 bits to say, I can't believe the explanation for the chat Yu-Gi-Oh was that a low-key hint about cards. I can't believe that the Yu-Gi-Oh thing is stuck. Marek said in Discord once he had no idea it was going to be such a good thing. I think it was a pretty good moment. That doesn't help me, Marek. Bouncy Bobby's 50 bits. Not all Bobs. I'm more than a hashtag. Ooh, nice. Waffles Man 45. Very, very good name. I very much approve of Waffles Man 45. Thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome, Waffles Man. And last but not least is Zordrox for the 100 bits. You know, at this point, I know nothing about Star Ocean. I'm hoping for it based off of his enthusiasm. Yeah, I know, right? I think we're actually going to have to play Star Ocean at this point. We are. We're going to have to play it. What matters more to you, the gameplay or the mystery? In this game doesn't really have any gameplay, so mystery. Like, I don't think I would call... okay, I don't want to fight about this, but I don't think I would call the deductions you make in this game gameplay, and I don't think I would say that pixel hunting and inspecting crime scenes is gameplay. Like, I don't know. Like, but even if we assume that's gameplay, no, the mystery for me, for this, for sure. But even more than the mystery, I just like the entertaining writing. I really like the... Oh, holy shit, thank you, fucker Starfish. I really like the funny parts of the game. I think that it's quite a well-written comedy. So yeah. Parker Starfish has gifted 10 subs out to Wandering Falcon, who dodged, say if you dodged, Harbicle, yeah, Kate Culty, Tally Sinks. What are these names, Defix? It's like it hit all of the hard to say names. Okay, hold on, this one's easy to say. Dr. Elephant is dumb. Okay, Dr. Elephant is dumb. Are you here? I have to know the story behind that name. Please, at me in chat. What the fuck is the story behind Dr. Elephant is dumb? I have to know. I have to know the story behind that name. Jetamo, Sumtiki, Brain Genius Academy, and 5 Oryu. Welcome to you 10, and thank you so much, Pucker Starfish. That's really generous of you. After all the bits and everything too. Thank you so much. With 100 bits, Star Ocean hype, goddamn. Talking Head 00 has used 100 bits as well. Gumshoe's theme should play during all the breaks. What's your fave OST theme from the games? I think when you like it gets into big objection time, like it's like I really like that part. Yeah. Where's Dr. Elephant is dumb? Did he say? I need to know. God damn it. God damn it. I don't think we're getting the answer. Okay, that's it for me. So I'll see you guys later. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to. Yeah. Okay, let me take it off. No, I'll take it off at the beginning of tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow at the beginning of stream to take 6 million off. You guys didn't do it this time, so that's why. That's why. Thank you, Mike. Miku Neptune. Thank you very much. Welcome, Miku Neptune. Welcome. Thank you for the new sub with Prime. Thank you. You have to remind me, chat. You have to remind me. 7 million. It's going to be 8 million this time. It's inflation. All right. See you guys later. Have a good rest of your night.